test. Participant online, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Participant online, can you hear me? Test. Hello, test. Test, can you hear me? Dr. Jumtip, can you hear
I hear you, but the signal is not good.
Okay, it's 9:20. Shall we start now? Good morning, participant on site at room 5, 6, 2, 8, and also participant online via Zoom. It's a great pleasure that I would like to welcome you to the workshop, the best practice in managing systematic reviews and writing systematic review articles. This workshop organized by Center of Applied Economic Research, Faculty of Economics, and Faculty of Forestry, Kasetsart University, and also from the Harper Adam University in the UK too. This is under the Thai UK World Class Consortium 2023. This workshop aims to share best practice in conducting systematic reviews and writing up the review for publications, starting with a brief introduction about full process of systematic review, key challenges and lessons learned at each critical stage of the process will be discussed. Main tool for systematic review and meta-analysis will also be covered. This workshop will be interactive and participants will have opportunity to conduct guide practice on key tasks of systematic review. And also this morning section will be dedicated to introduction, comparison of systematic tools, and qualitative synthesis of finding. For afternoon section, we will focus on practicing systematic review processes and using the tools. Upon completion of this workshop, participant, we hope you will be able to understand the key steps of systematic review and also evaluate a commonly used tool for the systematic review too. And also this session will be delivered by Dr. Iona Huang. She is senior lecturer at the Harper Adam University in the UK. An example of her research on systematic review such as economics outcome of rubber-based agroforestry system, and also economics of robot and automation in field crop production. This paper is quite well known. If you can search like economic of robot, that you will see that this paper from online. And also environmental impact of international trade policy and like the food and feed safety in circular economies. For our program today, we will start now until noon. We will have lunch break and we will come back again at 1 to 4 p.m. I'm also welcome you all once again to this workshop and hope that you all will have a great time ahead. Thank you for your help.
first of all, I would like to know how many have already done systematic reviews? Okay, so just wonder whether you could send your, for those online, could you please just let us know whether you have done and we can have a chat, like yes or no. Are we able to see?
Lolo test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, is it good? Yeah, can we have chats? Done. No, no answer. So, how many in this room have done systematic? No? Yeah, okay. Now, for that reason, I originally planned this for advanced uh, talk about managing systematic reviews, because we are probably fairly new to systematic reviews. So therefore, I'm going to probably try to take us from the introductory process and then see how it goes. So if it goes well, then we may go to the meta-analysis, but very likely we're going to really focus on normal generic without meta-analysis. That's first. But secondly, I want to say is I think it's important that we actually do something. So this is a workshop. So we are going to actually work. We will introduce you to one of the systems we have used, and then throughout today, I will give you some exercises to do following the process of systematic. I hope that's okay. So the key topics for today is I will give us an overview of systematic reviews, and then we're going to go through the whole process of systematic reviews from formulating review questions to reporting and dissemination. First of all, what is a systematic review? And how is it different from traditional literature? I think we have all done traditional literature. So from your point of view, what do you think would be the difference, the key difference between systematic? And sorry, online. So anybody online would like to talk? Please feel free. So you can see here the definition. I really think that the key difference systematic review. Okay, so the volume of my microphone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, at that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me better?
Colleagues online? Yes, that's great. Thank you very much. So a systematic review, the key difference is it has got a much better transparency and rigor in locating and appraising and synthesizing the results. So for traditional literature review, very rarely the readers would be able to find out or know how the literature was selected, from where they selected, and how comprehensive the body of literature would be probably. But for a systematic review, we can see that very clearly, that whole process. So that kind of a transparency and a rigor are the key features of systematic review. And to some extent, we can also say objectivity. But objectivity is something up to debate. Even if it's systematic review, you have followed a very good, very transparent and rigorous process, but there are still some interpretation which can be subjective. So, but there is, to some extent, objectivity is still better than traditional literature review. So, and for that reason, that predefined methods and the process for systematic review is very important. So that's what we are going to go through that today. And another element of systematic review is about the strength of evidence. And compared to normal studies, we would say normal primary studies, you may have case studies, you may have cohort studies, and you may have randomized controlled trial, but that would still be cohort based. And then you may have meta-analysis, but for today, the meta-analysis, we treat that as a small part of systematic review. But when it comes to the strength of evidence, systematic review has been rated as having the strongest evidence. Now, why is that? It's because systematic review would give us a much bigger body of literature that you could actually include, the evidence of literature that you can include in your synthesis. And compared to meta-analysis, why meta-analysis is a bit lower than systematic review is because not all studies are suitable for meta-analysis. And for that reason, that the body of literature that you can include in the meta-analysis would be much smaller than systematic review that we are going to talk about. Key advantages of systematic reviews compared to traditional reviews here, as you can see, which are listed on the right. One is systematic reviews can help us to reduce the bias. And then you have two types of bias. One is about publication selection. As we said, we don't really know how and where and how much that the studies you reviewed have been selected, but by going through a rigorous process and reporting of that process, we are able to reduce the bias. And the other one is about the comprehensiveness of the evidence. In general, we say the systematic review should be able to make use of the resources available to the research team or to the review team. So as much as you can use whatever the resources that we are able to have access to. And the other one is about the enhanced reliability of the conclusions. And again, the appraisal process will enable us to understand the quality of the studies that we have reviewed. And so hopefully by going through that process, the rigorous, transparent process, and we are able to facilitate evidence-based decision-making. So in terms of the key stages of systematic review, as you can see that I have listed here and the full process, but we also, I'm going to later on to talk a little bit more about the key differences between systematic map and systematic review and meta-analysis. But in general, this would be the process of reviews that we have to go through, starting from forming review team and then formulating research question to developing a review protocol that to enable us to follow later on, and which is one of the rigor that we think that systematic review can bring into the process compared to the conventional literature review. And then how we search, how we screen, how we code, and how we interpret the finding. And so this is the process most systematic review map would go through. But when we talk about systematic review, that means we will go a bit further than just coding and mapping what studies have been done in a particular area to answer a particular question. Is we also need to consider appraising or assessing the quality of the selected studies and then synthesizing findings. And then finally, we have to write up the report and disseminate the results, the findings. And for systematic map, we normally don't go through that synthesis of finding and the critical appraisal of the quality of the studies, whilst the systematic review and the meta-analysis, we must do that. And we are going to go through this process today, later, and with some exercises for all the key tasks. So first of all, I wanted to remind everyone that systematic review is not exactly the same as a meta-analysis. And sometimes we tend to use different terminology for systematic reviews, and people may say meta-analysis is part of a systematic review or is a sub-branch of systematic review. So that's something we can say. Another one is a systematic map is, as I said, as I showed you in the previous slide, that systematic map normally is the what do you call it? Preparation. So you first have to map out what studies have been conducted in that particular field or to answer a particular question. And then whether you go any further to the actual review or meta-analysis, then that depends on the outcome of the map and see what the studies you have found, whether there are any studies which may be suitable, particularly for meta-analysis. But you can, even if the data is not suitable for meta-analysis, you still have the option of doing a review. Although, how do you do the review? What type of analysis you are going to include? How do you synthesize the findings? And those are the things that we can talk about a bit later. So, so just be aware, just bear in mind that when we talk about systematic review and the meta-analysis and the systematic map, they are more or less three types of reviews or the processes of the reviews, which have got certain differences. But the key is map, we don't look at the findings in detail. We really just map out what studies have been done in what context, etc. Whilst the meta-analysis requires a very, very strict type of data reported in the studies. And if those data were not reported in a way that to enable us to do meta-analysis, then that means we can't do it. And however, systematic review in general, we can do that. We can synthesize, we can use qualitative synthesis or quantitative synthesis. So just a very, very quick explanation or illustration on the differences between systematic map and systematic review. So when we look at the systematic map, we normally look at what research has been done. So we are taking a kind of configurative approach to map out the distribution and the abundance of primary studies to answer a particular research question. So it's really a type of tool to enable us to understand the field of evidence. So normal questions that we tend to answer by using systematic map would be what research has been done, in what context, and maybe by whom, or about what, using what methods, using what kind of measurements. And very often this would lead us to produce a kind of a state of the art of the research to answer that particular question. And then also to enable us to state where the evidence gaps might be. So it is very much configurative. And as you can see from the right, so that diagram gives us a very good illustration of what a mapping might look like. So you could have different dimensions. You could do different mapping based on what your criteria might be. Whilst systematic review would go a step further. So you still need to do systematic map, first of all, to enable us to understand the distribution and the volume of primary studies in that particular field to answer that particular research question. But in addition to the mapping of the studies, and then what we also need to look at is what are the answers? What are the answers to the questions that we raised? And very often the type of questions that we tend to ask for a review is, what is the impact, for example? What's the impact of a particular intervention? And does that intervention work? And how well does it work? And then what is the overall conclusion that we can draw from the studies that we have reviewed? So therefore, in that way, where, apart from configurative mapping of the studies we have looked at, we need to then do a synthesis of the findings, which is what we call it aggregative. So it's about how you are able to combine the outcomes of the primary studies that you have looked at in this particular review. So there are different ways of combining the outcomes. One of the ways is systematic, is meta-analysis, which is shown like using the forest plot that I illustrated in the diagram. But then you can also use qualitative synthesis, because as we said earlier, not all studies would be suitable for you to do meta-analysis, because, also we have to understand not all studies tend to take quantitative approach. So there may be qualitative studies, there may be mixed methods. So you could do a synthesis of qualitative studies only, or even if it's a quantitative studies, but the reporting may not allow you to do a rigorous meta-analysis. So for that reason, then you can still use qualitative synthesis. So when is a systematic review appropriate? compared to mapping. So mapping means you probably don't need a very focused research question, because you only want to look at what studies have been done in that field, and that's okay. But if you are going through the whole process, the full process of systematic review, then normally the question needs to be more focused. And so if we need to provide what we call it objective evidence to answer a specific question, then that would be appropriate. So you have got a very specific research question, and we need to understand what evidence can be added to this body and from what kind of context. So therefore, if there are various studies done to look at, for example, probably the recent one is about wearing masks during COVID. At the very beginning, as you know, in particular, like in the UK, there was a kind of a debate about whether wearing masks would be effective in preventing COVID transmission. Lots of debates on that. And how do we know whether it's effective or not? And then there are various studies, and there were some studies done in Asian countries or in China, in Japan, and whilst there were some other studies done in other countries, and answers varied. And some would say, yes, it's very effective, or the strength could be, it may be, say, 20% effective, or whilst others may say 30% effective. So in that situation, a systematic review would be very helpful. And I think there was a study actually that they did do a systematic review to look at all the studies and synthesizing the evidence from all over the world, and control for some particular elements that you need to look at. For example, what context have you used? What is the size of the sample? And so that, by controlling, for example, if you have done a randomized control, or if you have only used a convenience sample, a small sample size, and then, so those may actually determine the strength of your findings. So which one is more, valid and more reliable? So for that purpose, if we say we have got a very, very focused and very specific research question, isn't it? How effective is mask wearing in preventing COVID transmission? So very, very specific. Then that's very appropriate for us to consider using systematic review. And it will help us also to identify what kind of a heterogeneity of the studies have been undertaken as well, and taking that into the account when we draw the conclusion about the effectiveness of mask wearing. And the other one is about a meta-analysis. So whatever we applied earlier about what things we can do for systematic review, and that principle would still apply to meta-analysis. And however, not all systematic review questions would be suitable for meta-analysis, and for the reasons as shown here. And if the study is qualitative by nature, and that means that wouldn't be suitable for meta-analysis. Although actually there is a sub-branch of meta-analysis now, they say a meta-qualitative analysis. And so if you take that approach, you may say that's fine. But when we talk about a meta-analysis in this context, we are focusing more on the quantitative, that you are able to actually calculate the effect size. So for that reason, so qualitative analysis, qualitative studies in general won't be included in this. And the other one is about meta-analysis requires you to actually use or a kind of research which has addressed more or less identical hypotheses and using very much identical methods. So to enable you to actually, you are comparing, you are synthesizing like for like results rather than otherwise if you have got chalk and cheese that kind of methods, and then you cannot synthesize if you have not used the same methods of measurement, the same what do you call it, research instruments to measure a key concepts, then it would be difficult for you to do the meta-analysis. And this is why meta-analysis tend to be used more in medical research, because for medical research, for example, if we're looking at a particular medicine and how effective that medicine might be, then the research instrument tend to be that you are going to use that medicine, but apply that to different population. So there may be some studies done in this country and to a particular group of patients, and then another one in another country to another particular group of patients. So, however, one key element for those studies would be they have all used the same medicine. Yeah, so they used the same medicine, but just for different people and conducted in at different times, but perhaps as well. So for medical research, that would be very appropriate. And also very often medical research tend to use controlled cohort studies, whilst for normal social sciences, and the measurement may be very different. And very often they don't have controlled group, so therefore it's very difficult for you to actually synthesize the outcome when those measurements and the instruments were not the same. Okay, so that's why if the measures vary across studies, then you can't do the meta-analysis, because if you have not measured the same outcome, or you have not measured the same independent variables, and you have not used the same control groups, and then it's just very, very, very difficult. And another one is, I haven't listed there, is also about reporting. So you may have used similar methods or similar measurement, but you didn't actually report key statistics in your writing. Then you can't, if you can't, for example, get the mean score for every subgroup that you have used, and so there is no sample size, and there is no mean score for the subgroups, then you can't also make that comparison. So those are the situations where meta-analysis would not be suitable, and which explains why majority of systematic reviews probably will not be meta-analysis, and you will be able to find out later on. And I can say, for all the systematic reviews that I have undertaken, we have not used the meta-analysis at all. It's very often is because the reporting was not standard, and so you will not be able to identify the variables for you to actually do that type of analysis. And another situation is, you may have got the type of studies and the type of findings and suitable for meta-analysis, but you may still decide whether you are going to use meta-analysis or not, because it also depends on the purpose of your review and the time scale, whether you have got the time, whether your purpose is to actually to synthesize the findings, or whether your purpose is purely just to map out what studies have been done. So therefore, we also need to consider what kind of resources that you have got. Do you have enough time, enough people and skills for you to consider meta-analysis or systematic review or you just really, if you have got a project which means you have to complete the review within 2 months, for example, whilst the body of literature is quite big. And in that situation, you may decide we can just do a systematic map, and that it depends on the purpose, depends on the aim of the starting point. So it is a balance. Is a balance of the time, balance of your skills, but also it's also about the nature of the studies itself. So that's basically covers the process of systematic review and different types of review if we take a very broad approach of systematic review. If we look at all the the mapping, meta-analysis, or systematic review in general as a kind of a process of review, but in a following a rigorous process. Any questions so far? Are we okay with different types? Yeah. So different types of reviews or mapping, or you can different terminologies used for this type of review compared to conventional literature review. I call it systematic review, sometimes in the broadest sense, which covers all three types that we just talked about. So if we are okay, then we're going to now go through the process of this review, and we will give everybody some time to practice every key stage. But before we go through the stages, and I wanted to emphasize the importance of best practices in managing systematic review, is because we need to be able to ensure high quality, high standards, and that the conclusions that we draw after going through the rigorous process are reliable. And so therefore, that is really important. And then the second one is about the efficiency of resources and the time it has taken. Sometimes you can identify, say, 30 or 40,000 titles. And that means when you go through that process, it will take 3 months to 1 year, I would say. And it depends on how, what kind of research questions and how big the body of the literature is. Normally, a quick scoping review can take about 3 to 4 months. And then a full systematic review can take about 1 year. So it's very, very costly. If we are able to follow the best practices, that means we are able to reduce some redundancies. And that means there will be, personally, I have learned lots of lessons during the processes of doing reviews. So I'm going to share with you the lessons that we have learned. I will just talk you through when I give you the examples, and how many times we actually have done the capturing of the literature and then realize, okay, actually we've missed a very important, say, phrase in our search string. What do we do with that? And so another one is about consistency and how we make sure that we have followed a process and make sure other people can actually follow. So that means that kind of reproducibility is important. And of course, that is very much related to the transparency. If we are able to report that process in a very transparent way, then that will help other people to understand. And if they want to reproduce, then they can follow that procedure. So in order to achieve those, the standards, the quality that we just talked about, the very first thing is about the review team. We need to be able to have a team of people, although you may actually, I don't know whether you have seen any systematic review papers which may have been done by one author. I have personally, I think I have seen some papers. Yeah, so it is systematic review paper, but really just done by one author. And not recommended, I would say. If you are conducting a systematic review, it's always good to have a team of people. Now, why is it important? First of all, it is a complex process, isn't it? And when we look at the body of literature, when we look at the the terminologies that we use to do the searches, for example, it is very helpful that you have other people to help you, or each other, to have each other to bounce off ideas, to look at the alternatives, and so we normally would like to have a team of people involving different subject areas. For example, when we did the economic outcomes of robots and automation in open field production, we did have engineers involved. We had economists, then we had social scientists. So therefore, that's a team of people to look at that process, to enhance that rigor was important. And another one is also we need to be able to identify the roles and responsibilities if you have a large team. And I don't know whether you have seen a systematic review where you get a list of authors up to, I don't know, I think I have seen papers with 20 probably authors listed in a systematic review paper. So that's a huge team. So it's too extreme. You either have no other people, just one person doing a review, or you have got a large team. So when it comes to the large team, then it's really important how you manage that team and who's going to do what. But also when you have a large team to, for example, involved in screening the material, the materials you have identified, how do you ensure consistency? Yeah, so that's another concern, we may say. And then how do you communicate with each other? And if you have got a multidisciplinary team across many different countries, and that can be the case for many systematic reviews. So those are the things that we need to bear in mind when we assemble a review team, and to be able to work in a very efficient and effective way. Yeah. Yeah.
If PhD student, if they would like to have a systematic review for their PhD thesis, because they have 3 to 4 years to finish their PhD, does it will be the ideal?
You mean
to do the systematic review or systematic map?
Yes, I would actually think any PhD student would benefit from doing a system, at least doing a systematic map, if not a systematic review, because that would enable them to have a really good understanding of the field of studies. I now know, for example, in our department, most PhD students tend to now go through at least a systematic map in the first year. Yeah.
Question like that these two the systematic map is suitable for like a PhD or master student to do like the part of literature review. Is I just want to check my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for the systematic review method, that is it look like that it's suitable for like I want to finding that factor affecting the smart farm in Thailand and in the world. For example, that means I should have a team and work together.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So for a PhD, you still have a team, actually, isn't it? Even if it's a PhD, because you got a supervision team. So they would be your sounding board, and they would be able to provide the input into that review process. Although the PhD, is the person probably doing the main job. But even if, for example, at the moment, we are supervising a PhD student doing resilience of family firms. And the supervisors actually were involved in developing the search string, first of all, and then they were also involved in screening. So we have a process of double screening for example, 10% of the body of the literature identified. And so for that 10%, the supervisors may actually split. So if we have a team of 3 supervisors, plus the PhD student, and together we could do a sample check of 5% or 10% of the body. So that's possible, yeah. We also have master students doing systematic review. So they use a systematic review for the whole master's dissertation, because you can treat systematic review as primary research. Yeah, so it is because you are still doing primary analysis, but on secondary data, put it that way. Yeah, it's not a mapping, but it's actually a proper review of the evidence. Yeah. Occasionally, very, very occasionally, you get an undergraduate student doing something like this, but more often you see systematic reviews amongst the masters and PhD student. But we do encourage PhD students to at least do a systematic map in order to have a good understanding of the field of studies. Personally, when I did my PhD, I didn't take this approach. And I don't know whether, I think you have all done PhDs, whether you had similar feelings. Then for me, after I've completed my literature review in the first year, then I focused so much. I wanted so much to go into the primary data collection. So therefore, that part of literature review was done as quickly as possible. And but later on, after you have already collected data and started to write, and then you thought, oh, why didn't I think about that? Why didn't I do that? Why didn't I use that method? And the reason for that was because when I initially did my literature review, I didn't go through the literature as thoroughly as I should, put it that way. So for that reason, I think doing a systematic map, at least, that enables you to understand what methods have been used, what contexts have been studied. Yeah. So that would enable us to know the field a bit better, I would say. Any questions from our online colleagues? Oh yeah, we have another question there.
On page 9, maybe could you explain the figure for the system map and for page 10, that is a systematic review.
Page 9. Yeah.
It maybe help us to better understanding.
Is it this one?
Page 9, this is the figure. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So the configurative and the aggregative, right? Okay. So the configurative, so that means you are looking at what studies have been done in what area or what methods may have been used. So that is very, so that figure itself at the moment doesn't really tell us anything, but I will show you some examples, specific examples, so that you can actually see more clearly what we mean by that. Let me see. So later on, actually, when we go through that process, I will, so the plan was when it comes to the reporting, I will actually show you several examples of what configurative report might look like, and then what aggregative results might look like. Yeah, I will. If I don't, please remind me. Okay, thank you. So that's that one. And then the other one is about, we just, basically we were talking about having a team is important, but also understand different roles and responsibilities. But sometimes it's not necessarily about the review team, it's about other people getting involved in the review process. But they may not actually be your co-authors. So that's why we also need to understand what the roles are amongst those external group members, or there's key stakeholders, if you may use that word. So one is about the review team, so that would be the core team. But also it's possible, very often the systematic review could be answering a call from a particular commissioner. For example, your Ministry of Agriculture, they wanted to have some evidence about the effectiveness of particular policy or the effectiveness of a particular intervention. So in that situation, so what we call it, you got commissioners or the funders. Yeah, so that's what is the role in your review process? Do you want to get them involved in your process? Or do you want to get them involved in the initial development of research question and the protocol, for example? And then any other stakeholders that we wanted to consider in this process, and do they need to know, and do they need to be consulted right from the beginning? And then, of course, finally, is about how you disseminate your review results, and which may help you to maximize the impact of your research. And so how you engage other stakeholders in the process or after you have completed the review. So those are the roles that for us to consider, who will get involved at what stage and for what purpose. So that was about forming a team. Any questions? So for us, we are going to actually, for this collaboration between Harper Adams and KU, so we are going to do a systematic review on environmental impacts of rubber-based agroforestry. So therefore, in that situation, that we have got a team of researchers from both sides. And so that's something we have been talking about, how we actually form the team, who will be able to help in this process. Once we got the team sorted, And then the next part is to formulate a review question. And when we look at a review question, we need to, if we are able to articulate the key components of the review question, that will normally help us to what I call it, crystallize the purpose of your review. There are two types of review questions. One type is what we call it a PICO question. So that is, that type of question would have 4 components. So the first one is population. So the population is the unit of study. For example, if we are looking at the environmental impacts of rubber-based agroforestry, then the population, it is rubber-based agroforestry, right? And but the particularly is about rubber plantations. So that would be the unit of study. And then the second one is about the intervention or exposure. So what intervention have been introduced? So for example, what management techniques have been used? And earlier we talked about mask wearing. So that could be a particular intervention in preventing the COVID transmission. Exposure, a question that we have been looked at is about resilience. So if you say resilience of farms, and then we would say resilience to what? So therefore that what could be the exposure. So is it about resilience to climate change, or is it about resilience to any natural disasters? So that kind of a that's what we call it the shocks. So those things can be labeled as exposure. Yeah, so that's about exposure. Mask wearing is intervention. Okay, and then the third element is comparator. So comparator for most medical studies, that's what we call it, control trial groups. So when you have a control group, that is a comparator. So if you have used a particular intervention, for example, you used a particular medicine, and then the control group would be the one who used a placebo. Yeah. And then if we talk about the mask wearing, so the control group would be people who have not used masks. So that is what we're talking about. And then for the exposure, if we say exposure to climate change or to a particular, natural disasters, then control group would be either, very often would be before and after, so before the disaster and after the disaster. So you could have longitudinal before and after comparisons, or you could have control and trial groups at the same period of time. Then the fourth element is the outcomes. And what are the outcomes? So very often that's how effective, if your question is about how effective, and then you are looking at the performance, you are looking at the impact of particular things. So that's why, so you can see that I listed some questions there. How effective is mask wearing in preventing COVID transmission for that one? So what do you think is the outcome in that element, in that question? What is the population? How effective is mask wearing in preventing COVID transmission? Do we have a population there? I have not highlighted anything. So particularly, I want to ask you. So if I've got a question, how effective is mask wearing in preventing COVID transmission? Do we have a population? So is it mask wearing So population normally refers to who. Yeah, so who, in this case, who would be wearing masks? Isn't it? So it is an implied in this one. It's not clear. It's not clear, you know, what is the population. If we are, because we are looking at preventing COVID transmission, so therefore we are talking about everybody, isn't it? In this situation, it's general public. But if we wanted to be more specific, we could say, how effective is mask wearing in preventing COVID transmission in classrooms, for example? Then you are talking about students. Yeah, but if we have not specified, or you may say in hospital settings or in whatever settings. If you've got those settings, then you are specifying who they are. But if not, in this situation, it's very much implied that it is for general public. But mask wearing in this situation is, you can say, so that is intervention. So intervention is something that you do, yeah. And so here, mask wearing is something that you do to prevent COVID transmission. So therefore, that is the intervention. And the outcome term is about effectiveness. So how effective, yeah, so that is effectiveness is the outcome. But it is about effectiveness in preventing COVID transmission. So you have to put those two together. And we got a bit more. So the second one, I've got a second example. To what extent does intercropping rubber affect the biodiversity? Yeah. So what is the population there? To what extent does intercropping rubber affect the biodiversity? Yeah, rubber is a rubber plantation, exactly. So in this situation, the rubber plantation would be the unit of studies. And we haven't specified in which country, so that means that is a generic. And then intercropping, so that is the intervention. And then outcomes is to what extent it would affect biodiversity. So it's about affecting biodiversity. So that is the outcome. And similarly, the third one, so we say, how effective is the sugar tax in reducing obesity in general public? So that means we got those elements. But from all three, what is the element which is missing? You know, we talked about PICO question. Have we missed anything in the three questions, three examples? So we got a population, right? Or either implied or specific. We got intervention and we've got outcomes. So what is missing? Comparators, yeah. Very often comparators may be, you can miss that from your research question but when you design your research, we need to have that in mind. Yeah, do we need to have a comparator? So if you look at how effective or to what extent a certain intervention affects other things, then you actually have got that comparator implied in that question. But it's just normally that implication is either, for example, intercropping affecting biodiversity. How do you find whether it is effective or not? You have to compare, right? That's right. So therefore you have to compare the rubber plantation without intercropping, right? So therefore that is a controlled group. And the same thing for mask wearing. How do we know whether it's effective? We can only know that by comparing with those people who have not worn masks. And the same thing, sugar tax. So if we say sugar tax in say the UK government introduced the sugar tax, how do we know whether that is effective or not? Is to compare the people with obesity and before and after. Very often that would be a kind of a comparison. So that is very much a complete PICO type of questions for systematic review. And then another type is what we call it a PO question. So the PO question is population and occurrence. So the question is really to look at what happened, what has happened. So two examples here are listed. The first one is what retailers do to manage food waste. So this is one of the reviews we have done. So we looked at what have retailers done to manage food waste. So in this case, you could say manage food waste is intervention, or you could say it is a kind of occurrence. Yeah. So what has happened, basically, that's so you only got a population and the occurrence. And are we looking at any outcomes at all? If I say what retailers do to manage food waste, what do they do? So we're not really looking at how effective, yeah, how well they have performed in managing food waste. We are not looking at all. So we are only looking at what have they done. The same thing, the next one is what technologies have been developed for controlled environment agriculture. So again, we got a population which is controlled environment agriculture. Is everybody okay about that terminology? It means greenhouses or polytunnels or indoor farming. Yeah, so that type. And then occurrences is what technologies have been developed. So for this type of questions, we call it PO question. Which type of question are suitable for systematic map, PO or PICO? If we are going to do a systematic map, PO question are more likely, isn't it? Because you are basically trying to find out what research has been done on a particular subject, and but you are not really looking at how effective and what the outcomes are. So in that situation, PO question would be typical. Do you think a PO question can be used for the stricter sense of systematic review? Very difficult, yeah. Because why? Yes, yeah, because that type of question would not lend themselves to identifying the effectiveness or any outcomes, basically. So you don't have that. So that's the reason. Very often systematic map tend to also articulate their question in a PO components. Whilst it's a systematic review, the PICO question, we would say that is very typical. So if you are going to do a systematic review, then make sure you articulate, you formulate your question in that way to make sure that you have addressed at least the PIO, yeah, with that C being implied. So we are going to do a little bit of exercise, but I will give you just one more example. So this is one of the papers that we have published on the economic outcomes of robots and automation in field crop production. So you can see the question we asked was, what are the economic impacts or what are the economic outcomes of robots and automation? in field crop production. So the key components in this situation is population. So we have got field crop production. So that means open field, so crop production. And secondly is intervention. So intervention is about the use of robots or the use of automation in that situation. And outcomes would be economic outcomes. So anything in relation to economic impact, is it about a profit, is about the cost reduction? So we would include, but we didn't actually, in that question, we didn't specify comparator. This is because the implication of that is the comparator would be without using robots. Yeah, if you have not used robots or not used automation, then those would be the comparisons. So how do we do that? And then we need to further specify later, okay? But this is just a kind of example of what we could do when we write the research question for systematic review or for systematic map. So we have got examples here and we have got examples here. So the next part, sorry.
This is true that if I understand that opposite of intervention, this is a comparator. This is always true or not?
As can you, sorry.
Opposite intervention, this is equal to comparative.
Oh, you mean in relation to the comparators? Yeah. So the comparator is without intervention. Yeah. So then without intervention, that means you either do it before intervention and after intervention. So that means before you have done something, what was the outcome? And after you've intervened, then what is the outcome? So that's before and after comparison. But not all studies can do before and after, because there is a possibility that you have never collected any data before you actually introduced that intervention. So what do we do? In that situation, you could do control and trial. That's right. So you could do a control and a trial group comparison at the same time. So that's where most medical research tend to take, isn't it? So if they are going to study the effectiveness of particular medicine, then they would have a control group, which they will, they are going to use a placebo. And then a trial group, they will use the actual medicine, and then they will then measure them, observe them at the same time, and so that they are able to compare the results. And that is how they get their comparison. And for many social sciences, that's also the same, in management. Very often, by the time you started to consider doing certain things, what happened before you didn't really measure, and so you could do something later on, psychology, for example, as well. So you could introduce that similar approach of control and trial. And for robots and automation, for example, in the field crop production, why we say it's very often it's more before and after, because you've got the same field, but then, what was the cost last year before I used the robots? And now I'm going to use robot. What's the cost and what would be the yields? So therefore you are able to do that kind of comparison. But you equally could say, okay, I've got a similar piece of land, and then I'm going to, for this piece, for this plot, I'm going to conventional, and for the other, I'm going to use robots. So therefore that would be the same time. That's okay. Great. So shall we do a little bit of exercise now? I would like you to think about the potential review that you are going to do in your own field, and then try to write down some research questions. You could actually do two. One is a research question for a systematic review, and another is just you are going to just do a systematic map. So if you can, each one of you can write down two questions, and if you would like to share, the same applies to people online. So if you could please, for people online, if you could write down your questions in the chat box, that would be great. And please specifically label whether that is for systematic review or whether that's for systematic map. Since we talked about the key components, so if you are able to clearly write down, so that is, this is my research question, so you could write down that. Once you've done that, and then you could label what is population, what is intervention, what is comparator, and what would be the outcome. If you could do that, that would be great.
Yeah, it's good for us probably having a chat about that. So this one, smart one, how do we contain? So that exactly. Once the policies out, it's out. Yeah, because the policy introduced. This is really good. I think we need to talk about that one. This is an area that we haven't touched when we are looking at the formulation of the research. And yeah, so that's a really good question. Read out. Okay. This is interesting. So we got a research question here. What was the effect of yeah. Okay, so basically, or if I just rephrase that a little bit, what are the impact of the What do you think of that question? What are the effects of Ukraine-Russian war on the fertilizer price? And also we've got something online here. So if I write down yours here.
Ukraine, sorry, Ukraine, Russian war on the fertilizer price. Oh, sorry. In the world. So just added the question here. So we got, what are the health impacts of PM 2.5 in Bangkok? And then the other one, what are the effects of Ukraine-Russian war? What do you think of these two questions? Shall we look at the Ukraine-Russian war first? What do you think? First of all, if we look at the components, the key components, do we have a population? Okay, fertilizer price, yes. And then what is it intervention or exposure? Yeah, Ukraine-Russian war. It's a kind of exposure, isn't it? Yeah, so that is an exposure. And outcomes? It's the effects. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Okay, but we will talk about that. So this one has got the key elements of a PICO question. So if we are going to do some review, then that would be interesting. The next one from Dr. Lily is, what are the health impacts of PM 2.5 in Bangkok? So what would be the population?
Bangkokian.
Yeah, sorry, can you say that again, please?
Bangkokian. People.
Yeah, people in Bangkok, yeah. Okay, yeah. And what is the intervention or exposure?
PM 2.5.
Yeah, PM 2.5. And then outcomes?
Health outcome, health impacts.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so again, we got those key components. And how do you compare that? So what kind of comparator would it be for the health impacts of PM 2.5?
Because right now, I think on area in Bangkok was were exposed with PM 2.5, but some area exposed at the small level, and the other area impacts a high level of PM 2.5. I think I can compare between this area. So the outcome, the number of the outpatient visits to the hospital.
Okay. Yeah, how many patients visit in the hospital, and then at what period?
Yeah. At what time period are you going to look at?
10 years ago, 20 years ago.
So therefore, it's the comparison, isn't it? You people visiting hospitals, that is the health impact. But then it is about the comparison is without exposure. So that means without. So when we look at the PM 2.5, how do we compare? So is it what level of PM 2.5? And what time period? I think that's the key that we need to consider. Yeah.
Maybe the past 3 years.
Past the 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So at this year 2020, maybe from to 2021 to 2022.
Yeah. So what are the differences in terms of PM 2.5 in those 3 years?
The difference.
What are the differences?
Of PM 2.5?
Yeah.
I think there is a change a lot from the past 2 years, because this year we have a higher level of PM 2.5 than the previous 2 years.
Okay. Okay. So we are looking at a kind of a longitudinal data, right?
Yes.
So over the 3 years or over the last 10 years, if we have measured the PM 2.5, then we can look at that data against the hospital admission of patients or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, now these two questions, the reason that I think these two questions are interesting is you have got the key components that we looked at. Now, one of the areas I haven't mentioned is about, do you think there will be lots of studies The purpose of systematic review is we believe there are lots of studies done on that particular topic, which means you have to do a synthesis, particularly if the study findings tend to show some kind of variance, then you particularly wanted to see if some says there is strong effect, whilst others say no effect, then you read in it, is there effect or no effect, right? So that means we need to really synthesize the findings. In your situation, when we look at the health impacts of PM 2.5 in Bangkok over the last 3 years, how many studies do you think may have been published?
A lot.
You think there will be there may be a lot of published research?
Yes.
Yeah, in Bangkok.
Yes.
Okay, so in that case, what we could have a look. So we need to, formulating the research question obviously is the very first step. And then the next step is to look at the body of literature. So bear that in mind, okay? So you are predicting that there will be lots of studies done on this topic, so that you need to synthesize the findings. Is that right? Now, the same thing with the question about Ukraine-Russian war on the fertilizer price. And I would also like to ask colleague, how many studies do you think may have been published on the effect of war on fertilizer price? Not many, yeah. So if there isn't many studies done on this, then do you think it's appropriate for us to actually do a systematic review? So what is the fundamental purpose of systematic review?
So many work has been done in the past.
Yeah, we need to really synthesize the finding, isn't it? So if there are many studies done on a particular topic, and we have to synthesize the findings, but if there aren't any real studies done on that particular topic, it may be a really good question for your own primary study, but then it won't be suitable as a systematic review question. Yeah. So that is something that we need to bear in mind. But don't worry, as we said, then the next stage is for us to, how do we know? Because the next is about how do we know where, how big the field is, the study, and then we need to do a search. So in order to make that decision. So if you've got the key elements there, that's great. So for both of you, so that's great. And we also got Dr. Crit, you've got a question. Would you like to share?
Okay. For my question, what are the impacts of increment border on tree growth after wood sample collection?
Yeah. Okay. That's what is the population?
The population is the sampling trees, and the intervention is wood sample collection by using increment border.
Yeah.
And the outcome is the impact of sample collection on tree growth.
On tree growth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the comparator is the comparison of tree growth into group of sample coring and uncoring.
And yeah, no, that's very clear. Yeah. So okay, I think that's a really good example. And also the same thing is about how specific that question is and how big the body of literature is. So we could then apply that one to the search strategy later on in order to see where, you know, how many studies have been done on that. Okay. So far, are we okay with the formulating of research question? I think we have got the PICO element. Anybody has done a poll question? Has anybody done a poll question? Yeah, please. Could you please tell us?
I have done PICO as well.
Okay, yeah, happy to hear both.
So for my question, what are the impacts of agricultural information in onion production? So for the population, that would be onion producers, specifically in the Philippines, and for the intervention, that would be any type of agricultural information. So let's say, for instance, pest or insect management practice as a type of information. And then for comparators, I can adopt the before and after intervention or with or without reception of agricultural information. And then for the outcome, I can use, let's say, profit or net returns.
Yeah, okay. That's a very interesting question. And any comments about that? So would you like me to repeat to the online group? It's about what are the effects of information on onion production, on the productivity of onion production in Philippines. Yeah. Any comments from and here in the room? Yes, please.
I think perhaps should not specific to Philippines, but you should also broader the review to the world as a whole, because you might be later would like to compare between Asian country, Europe country, and other, I don't know, wherever that has been producing this kind of crops,
yeah,
worldwide, not only in Philippines.
Yeah.
That's my comments.
Okay, yeah. So one is about the specific context, right? So whether there will be enough studies done on, you know, in that context. And so therefore you are saying it may be possible to actually compare with other countries or to look at different countries. And my main question is about information. How do we compare that? If we look at studies, we talked about the questions which are suitable, is that it means we mentioned earlier, one of the key aspects is about the intervention needs to be the same. So when you look at information, how do we define that?
I think it is also a challenge on how to define information, but it can be, for instance, in the quantity or amount of information that they get. So for instance, do they get information on, let's say, pests? That could count as one type of information. Another one is on how to irrigate. So that could be another type of information. So
Exactly.
that could be one way of quantifying the amount of information. But again, it is a challenge on how do you like know that this is really the amount, the specific amount, because it's information, like it could really vary depending on individuals.
Yeah, exactly. So for that reason, that variable, it's very difficult for you to actually compare from studies to studies, isn't it? Because how people define information, what type of the information, that's really difficult. And then the second one is information on its own. Here there are several jumps of logic, put it that way, because information on its own is just a content, isn't it? Then you have got transmission of that information. So it's about how that information has been transformed, transmitted to the receiver. And so that itself probably would be a little bit, so there are two. One is what information, one is how information has been transmitted, and will make the studies different in different, probably, I don't know how many studies would have been done, but there are a particular area is about knowledge, agricultural knowledge, information systems, and or knowledge transfer. That's another. But knowledge transfer is about sending out information. And then there is another type is adoption. So adoption of the particular technology. You mentioned pesticides use or reduction of pesticides or reduction of fertilizer. Because when you look at a productivity, and that has to be directly linked to whether you use fertilizer or not, whether you use pesticides or not, isn't it? Yeah. So I think there are several jumps that we have to be aware when it comes to review questions, and we should try and not making jumps, put it that way, because otherwise you are comparing chalk and cheese, and you can't compare them. Do you see what I mean? Therefore, you can't synthesize because there is nothing for you to synthesize. Okay, but that is really good discussion point for us. I mean, there are two things: is how specific the information can be. So we have got one is we got very specific questions about the price, the war, the effect of the war on the price of a particular period. And so very, very specific. Another one is very broad, where make it really difficult. So when it comes to formulating questions, so bear those things in mind. How is it too broad? Is it too vague? So make it difficult for us to identify studies that's to enable us to actually synthesize meaningfully, yeah, the findings. And then the other extreme is it too specific, and is it too recent, and there is no study being done? That means you then don't need to actually do a systematic review, because nothing has been published yet. Do you see what I mean? Okay. Any other comments from our online group? Yeah. Good. Okay, so would you like to take a break? No?
During the practice.
Yeah, you think, okay, the practice is a break. All right. Okay, then. So let's, yeah. Yeah.
Continuing this kind of example on the agricultural information.
Yeah.
Perhaps could we also go back to the poll, like instead of doing PICO, and then this agricultural information would be very interesting to see whether the literature, available literature in the world, what kind of the information mostly produced. Like, for example, in my assumption, those kind of agricultural information in terms of weather forecasting on the rainfall, or temperature, or those kind of weather forecasting would be the most agricultural information affects the profit on agriculture, on those kind of thing, or we can find out, make it very broad, and then we don't make the pico, but it's a poll, just
Yeah.
mapping. Would
You just
that be-
map the information. Yeah. Okay. Now that's a bit better in that way. You know, you would say, yes, we are just mapping the information, and yes, for that reason you can, because it's about occurrence. It's what information has been transmitted or transferred, what knowledge has been transferred. Perhaps that's in a way, would you call it information transfer, or would you call it knowledge transfer?
I am also figuring it out, because it could be a knowledge or information transfer. That means let's say an organization is providing an information to, let's say, the farmers.
Yeah.
But it could also be in a way that farmers acquire information. They are the ones who obtain information. So let's say they search for information through their networks, through traders that they know, or farmers that they know. So I'm also like trying to figuring out if it is really information transfer, or should I study how do farmers acquire or obtain information?
Yeah. So probably in that situation, you know, we talked about earlier is about transmitter and a receiver. So three things. One is about the actual information, then it's about transmitter, and then you got the receiver. And I agree, then if you are able to specify, either it's about how farmers seek information about certain things, and then that may be a good thing. So how farmers seek information about agricultural production, then that is an occurrence. Yeah, so population and occurrence, or how agricultural related information has been transferred to farmers. So therefore, again, in that sense, you are focusing on transmitter. So that's also fine. And so I would say in that situation, yes, both could be a poll question. You are going to do a mapping, and there may be different studies done in different countries about what kind of, how people try to communicate with farmers. One of the very interesting one, I don't know whether we have got similar programs in Thailand or in Philippines. In the UK, there is a very long-standing a radio program. The Arches is a kind of a drama, radio drama, been going on for years and years. And that is about transmitting information to farmers, but in a very entertaining way, to help help farmers, to engage farmers. So by basically presenting different technologies at that particular period, but putting all of those into the storyline. Yeah. So because the story is about rural community, is about different farmers, families, and this, interwoven into all sorts of things. So, but it is in particular is about current affairs in the rural area. So yes, if you focus on which, whether it's a transmitter or whether it's a receiver or whether it's adoption, and just be a bit specific about that would help. Rather than just broadly saying, what are the information? Yeah. Okay, great. Any more comments? No? Okay. In that case, let's move on to the next stage. I hope this helped a little bit about how to formulate the research question. So we talked about the importance of having the key elements, But also we need to bear in mind that how specific and whether it actually means you do need to do a systematic review or not, or whether it is too broad and making it impossible for you to actually synthesize anything. So that's something for us to remember. How do I get back to the presentation? Okay, that's fine. I give you a bit more examples here, as you can see. So since we've done a little bit of activity for ourselves, but a few more examples, which one of the three is particularly suitable for systematic map? What do you think? First one, what is the evidence for the role of forests in contributing to poverty alleviation? Or second, what's the effect of tillage intensity on soil organic carbon? And third one, what are the environmental impacts of different property regimes in forests, fisheries, and rangelands in developing countries? Which one? Systematic map, yeah. So the second one got effect in particular. So that one may require a bit closer examination of the findings, isn't it? So it's more suitable probably as a systematic review. But the first one, what's the evidence for the role of forests? That means what are the role of forests in contributing to poverty alleviation? So possibly that could be. And what are the environmental impacts? So potentially that could also be a mapping. Yeah, so we're just mapping the environmental impacts, but we're not really assessing how, how strong the impacts are. Yeah, so for that reason, then that third one could also be a systematic map. Okay. So this is the one that we did earlier, so I'm not going to repeat that. But just bear in mind, as I said, don't make the jumps. It just reminded me of one of the colleagues mentioned earlier about, for example, what are the effects of smart farming policy on the productivity? So that one is still, it's probably good, focused enough, but then is that too focused? And so that's similar to what we said, the effects of the war on the price, or we need to think about whether it's too focused. And secondly, whether we have made jumps. Yeah, productivity itself, certain questions are very good as an economic question, where you could do longitudinal studies, right, and doing the comparison or the association. But they may not be good enough as a systematic reviews, because there may not be sufficient studies already done in that. And this leads us to the second stage. So once you have the third stage, because first is you formulated a research team, And secondly is then you developed a research question. And once you have done that, then the next stage is for us to develop a protocol. And why is it important for us to actually develop a protocol? Is because we talked about the advantages of systematic review is about the rigor, is about the transparency. Yeah. So a protocol is one of the tools to enable us to achieve the transparency and the rigor. Yeah. And because it's about a decision-making process, basically. So this is about how the decision has been made and why they were made. And so it explains that, and that process, that roadmap, it means we will be able to refer back to whatever we decided at the beginning, and all the criteria for inclusion and for exclusion as well. And so that we can be more consistent, particularly if we have got a big team of reviewers. And how do we say, you may say, okay, I included that. And you say, no, I excluded that. Why? Yeah, why the difference? So come back to this document. This protocol will help us to resolve the differences very often. So that's why we say a well-developed protocol helps us to minimize the bias and to ensure the rigor of the review. So the protocol should involve these 8 key elements. So first of all, it would be good to provide a rationale for doing the systematic review. Why do we need to do a systematic review? So the background information, articulate the rationale is good. And also, of course, the question, what is the key question to review? And then that leads to the second part, is the scope of the map. And earlier, when we talked about research question, there was one element I didn't touch on, is about the context. So the scope of the map may include in what context that we are going to. Are we going to look at this worldwide, or are we going to only look at this in one country or in certain countries? For example, when we looked at the rubber plantations, and we did think about whether we should only focus on South Asian or Southeast Asian or Asian countries, or whether we actually look at that evidence across the whole world. Yeah, so the scope of the map. Another way of looking at a scope of the map is time period. Recently, we are doing one systematic map, actually, about action research in pedagogy in higher education. So the pedagogy action research, when we started, we thought we will not give any restriction on the timeline. But after we have done the searches and also the trial screening, we found of the search results, we more or less included about 50% of the literature we captured through the searches. That means potentially we will have 1,000 or more than 1,000 titles. Is it realistic for us to actually seriously review 1,000 papers? So probably not. So therefore, we then had to decide whether we should limit the scope. Yeah, so limit the scope to a particular type of action research, that's one way, or whether we should limit by timeline. So we say over the last 5 years. Yeah. So it depends on the resources and the time that you can afford, really. So then that will then lead us to the next one, is about question or the conceptual framework. What kind of questions, or whether you are going to have a particular conceptual framework to help you. For example, if we are looking at the knowledge transfer or the agricultural knowledge information system, so do we focus on the agricultural knowledge information system, or do we look at general public knowledge transfer? Yeah. So therefore, that's the kind of a framework we need to also specify. And then that will lead us to how we are going to do the searches. When we say how we are going to do the searches means where do you search? How do you capture? How do you make sure that your search would be comprehensive enough? Yeah. We said one of the key features of systematic review is about comprehensiveness, isn't it? So how can you ensure that? Of course, within the limitations, within the limits, restrictions of the availability of data, because some universities may have, for example, subscribed to Scopus, but not Web of Knowledge. Then you can't say, I have to use both Scopus and the Web of Knowledge if you have no access to Web of Knowledge. Yeah. So it's about how you communicate that. So if you say, we don't have Web of Science, used to also called Web of Knowledge, and then that's okay. But as long as you are transparent, you tell people, we have not used this database, not because we didn't have access to it, that's fine. And then the next one then is about how you screen the studies and what are the criteria for inclusion. So very often when we look at the criteria for inclusion, we tend to go back to the PICO elements. That means, does that article address the population, or address the intervention, or address the outcome? So therefore, if they have got all those key elements and which were specified, then we could say they should be included. And then the next one is, how do you code the data from the included study? Yeah. Do you basically it's about how you extract the data and organize the data. So that's the key. And finally is how you're going to present and how you're going to manage, make sure the whole process is managed to ensure that high level of rigor and standard. So to start with, you don't always start with protocol straight away. There is always a kind of an element, what we call it a scoping, is a scoping exercise. You wanted to know whether the topic is big enough or is it too big, right? So therefore, and also you may want to know whether you are able to do a particular type of synthesis. We talked about the differences between meta-analysis, systematic review, and a map. So you could have a look at, some studies potentially that if you say these are the studies we definitely want to include, then you could use that as a kind of what we call it a benchmarking literature, and have a look at the benchmarking literature and see what type of results they presented and how they presented the results, and then to see what type of synthesis you could actually do. So those would be the key areas when you do the scoping. And then of course, the other scoping exercise is about how you search. So develop the search string and use the search string in a range of databases, and then to assess the volume, to assess really that's why we call it a scoping searches. Yeah, so we do that all the time. And And then you can do a kind of trial critical appraisal. Because if you are going to do systematic review, you could say, okay, let's see how we are going to do critical appraisal, whether that is possible to actually for us to do something at that level. And another way of scoping for the protocol, I mean, the need is actually to know, has any systematic review or systematic map been done already on this area, yeah, on this topic? Because it will take you lots of time. And what if somebody has already done it? Of course, you can never really predict, but at least there is one place which would encourage, we encourage researchers to register their systematic reviews. So this is Prospero. So Prospero is a free resources for people to register their systematic reviews. The purpose is so that we don't duplicate the efforts. Yeah. And so I would say it's always a good way for you to actually find out whether anybody has been done and has done anything. So definitely recommend using this resources. And you could also see how they register. So I provided one example here. This one, you could basically look at what kind of information is required. And in general, the register is very much like the protocol. If you can put the protocol there, and those are the information they need, because what they need is to know how you do, what is the purpose and what is the team who are the team members, how you are going to do the searches, what type of studies will be included. So if you click on that link, then that will give you the information. It's a really good example, that one. So I would recommend you to spend some time later to have a look at that resource. Let me see. Another one is to understand how the protocols can then feed into your final papers. So I have listed 3 pairs of papers. As you can see, these 3 pairs, each one has got one, say first one published in 2014, the second one published in 2017. Similarly, so you got those 3 pairs. The one published earlier would be protocol, and the one published later would be the actual review paper. And I think for us, it's really important to see how people develop the protocol and how that protocol can then be later on be used as a guide for the actual review. And what you would also see in the examples here is, I would definitely recommend everyone to actually compare the methodologies described in the later paper and the methodologies that they described in the earlier protocol. And you will find nearly every paper will tell you a little bit of deviation, because although we said the protocol is there to guide us throughout the process of systematic review or map, things always change in the process. Yeah. And we have, that's what I said earlier. I said in the process of doing the review, very often you suddenly remembered or somebody have found just by reviewing the papers, you suddenly realize there was a particular area that you ignored, and that is actually important. And if that's the case, you could potentially add that particular part, but then that would deviate from the initial protocol that you developed. If it does, all you need is in your second paper, you can explain what deviations have been made. Yeah. So that's why don't be afraid. And it does mean you shouldn't change all the time. Yeah. On the other hand, you know, if you have to make some deviation, don't be afraid of doing so. And also remember that by the time you publish your paper, it could be 2 years down the line. And 2 years down the line, the reviewers would say, oh, you did that review 2 years ago, you know, so what happened over the last 2 years? You may have to do a kind of updating. Very often reviewers require that. So you have two options, of course, and they may say, can you update your review? And you may say, no, we can't, you know, the team's already gone. And, but very often people actually do that, you know, so if you do that, then that may deviate from your original protocol anyway. So that's just something for us to remember, and don't be afraid of making changes, or don't make too many changes. And so that would lead us to the next one, is to do the search. But I actually wonder whether we should have a look at a protocol. Does anyone want to give it a go? Would you like to actually do a kind of develop a protocol, even just to write some, you know, something related to the topic, to the question that you raised earlier? You say, this is the question I'm going to do. If you have already got that one written, and or if there is something that you would like to make adjustment, that's fine. But would you like to have a quick trial on the protocol development? Or would you like me to show you some examples?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, probably I will show you some examples. I think it's important to have that understanding. If I share, let me see. How do I share screen? Yeah. Oh, share screen. So that's sharing screen. Yeah. So now I'm sharing the screen. That's okay. Yeah. So this is sharing screen. That's okay now. I wanted to show you the protocols, and one of the protocols we have got. Let me see. Where did I put? I'm going to do a very quick run. Let's see whether anything. Oh, okay. So here, let me, protocol skeleton. I want to show you this one. And this is a document that I can share with everyone, so which might help you. So we talked about the key elements of protocol, and you can see first to provide some background information, then your research objectives and aims, and then the primary research question. And sometimes, so in the primary research question, you specify the PICO elements or the PO elements. And sometimes certain reviews may have secondary questions. That means when they search everything based on the primary, but as a result, they may be able to get something else in more detail as a secondary question. And then methods would specify your search strategy and what is your search strain, what are the restrictions, and where do you search, how do you capture. So that whole thing would be about the search strategy. And then after that is about how do you select. So that's a screening. And so when you look at a screening, particularly when you got, so there are two things. One is if it's one person, obviously, how do we know that person's judgment is reliable? You know, even one person, how do you say today you make a decision and which will be consistent from your tomorrow's decision? How can other people rely on your one person, on this one person's judgment? So that's one. And then the second one is inter-rater variance. So if you've got different people, you know, a big team, then how do you ensure the consistency of different people's judgment? So therefore, that screening consistency checking is important, and the criteria. So what are the things that you definitely need to include? What are the things you need to exclude based on, you know, so what? So therefore, those are specified there. And then critical appraisal as well. If it's a protocol for systematic review, as we said, then critical appraisal is a key element. But if it is a systematic map, you don't have to do the critical appraisal in general. And then how do you code the data? How do you extract the data? Sometimes when we extract the data, as I will talk later, because some papers will report everything clearly and you just copy from those. But sometimes they don't record them in a way which makes it easy for you to actually identify accurately. For example, if they presented the data in a bar chart, but the bar chart doesn't really specify exactly, you know, is it a 4.3 or 4.2? Do you see what I mean? Because some studies will have bar chart with a number, with the value label, whilst the other bar charts will only have bar charts, but without specific value label. And how do you record that data? Yeah. So those are the things that we also need to talk about later on. How do you synthesize? How do you report, etc.? So that whole thing is about the protocol skeleton. That's what we call it. I will share this one with you, and then you could follow, you know, as much as you like. So that's first. And second one is about the examples I just mentioned. So I'm going to click on one of the links here. I like this one. This is a really good paper. I can't go there. Perhaps if I click this way, it's easier. So this is a systematic review protocol. So it is a review particularly. It's not just a map, okay? And if you look at this one, you will be able to see what the key elements are. I showed you the skeleton earlier. So the first part, you do need to provide some background information, which will help you to define your research question. So very often that is the case. You provide the background and then you end up, you conclude with a review question out of that. So clear statement of rationale and your aim. And then identification of the topic, objectives. So you got the aim and then your objective of the review. And then we talked about the key elements when you look at the question formulation. So this is what is the effect of tillage intensity on soil organic carbon, which is the example I listed earlier. And clearly they showed what the key PICO elements are. And I mentioned earlier, it's possible for you to specify secondary question here. So the secondary question is, how do other agricultural management interventions interact with tillage to affect soil organic carbon? Why do you think they have this secondary question? They got a primary question, what's the effect of tillage intensity? So you look at a tillage intensity affecting soil organic carbon. But why would they have the secondary question there? Because the soil organic carbon would probably not just be affected by tillage intensity, right? So because it would, that would be affected by lots of other agricultural management interventions. So for that reason, they feel very often when studies looking at tillage intensity, they probably will control for some other variables. And for that reason, then it would be natural for you to look at what other variables would have been looked at in those studies. So that's why they presented that secondary question, which is sensible. And if you look at a population, so it is about a soil, but it is about arable soils. It's about the soil, the land, which would need to be would need to use the tillage, isn't it? Normally, so arable soils in agricultural production. But they actually particularly specified another one is from the warm temperate climate zone. We didn't talk about this earlier. And we look at, if you look at the primary question, it doesn't really imply that. So you could, in the population, you could actually specify the context. So in some of the questions earlier, we said in Thailand or in Bangkok, and that's fine. Although we do need to think about if it's in Bangkok, is that too specific, or is that does that warrant a type of research that which would mean that we need to do a systematic review? So here it looked at, it's not a specific country, but it is about climate zone. So by using the climate zone, that means you are probably likely to find more studies and to enable you to do the synthesis. Intervention, any described a tillage practice. So because here we are talking about tillage intensity, it doesn't mean one particular intensity. Yeah, so therefore it says any tillage practice. It could be no tillage, could it be reduced tillage, could it be conventional tillage. So therefore, they put those different intensity there already, provided that what do we mean by different intensity, okay? Comparator, more intensive tillage practice. So that means or before or after comparison for single tillage treatments. So that means if the study looked at a particular practice, then any other practice they used to compare with that particular practice in that study can then be used as comparator. So how do we, in this situation, it's a bit different from what we said without one particular intervention, because here we are talking about different tillage intensity. Because there's a different tillage intensity, we could potentially, any of those different practices could be actually a comparator. If the main purpose of that particular study is about no tillage, for example, then their comparator would be conventional tillage, could be, or could be reduced tillage, could it be rotational tillage as well, right? Yeah, so just bearing that in mind. Sometimes when we look at comparator, so you need to be very careful. And outcome is about a soil organic carbon. And then we need to understand how that has been measured. So here it says measured either as a concentration or as stock. So that is the first bit. And second bit is search strategy. And here it talked about two things. One is original systematic map search. So they actually, that's what we mentioned earlier. We said very often systematic map would be the first stage, no matter what you do. You know, you do a mapping of studies. Once you've done the mapping of studies, you may then decide to focus more on one particular strand. And that's the time you can then focus on the systematic review or on the meta-analysis. So they explained how the original systematic map search was done, where they searched. So 17 academic databases they talked about, okay? And then search update. So that's why I mentioned earlier, it's possible if you have done the, started the project in 2 years ago, and then in 2 years' time, you feel that you need to do an update when you are going to submit your paper, or you received the comments and then you need to do that. So that's just really be clear on that. And next one is your search string, and also it's the language. Which language do you search? But it is possible you could actually search in English, but you can actually include articles published in other languages. So, because if you search in English, many articles published in other languages tend to have English abstract. So that's why you may be able to capture studies published in other languages, although you only search in English. And so you have to make a decision in that situation. Do you actually include other languages, even if you search in English and you get loads of other publications? So here they are saying, but they would include Danish, English, French, German, Italian, and Swedish. And so you just need to specify that, be clear, be transparent. And if you are not going to include them, just say English, only English. You may explain why. One of the main reasons is about the linguistic competence. Yeah. So within the team, do you have people who can actually genuinely understand and interpret the data, in any other languages? If your research team, and this is the beauty of having interdisciplinary, but also multicultural or multi-country team. One of the reviews we were doing was on the resilience of food system, and we were able to speak Spanish, Portuguese, and French, Italian, and Greek, and Chinese, of course, English. So 7 languages. We initially thought that would be great for us to actually include articles published in those languages. But very soon we found that was not realistic. Why was that not realistic? It means if they were published, for example, in Chinese, if there was only one Chinese member in the team, other people would not be able to verify, to double check. So therefore, in the end, we decided we would only use English, even if we had a multilingual team. Then the next one is to specify the search string, which is something that we will look at very soon. So I'm not going to into the details here. And then you do the screening. So for the screening, very clear specification of the criteria. So the criteria again is based on the PICO element. So what type of population would it be included? What type of intervention would it be included, etc. So you can see that. So it's very clear. And then once you've done that, and then to say what geographical region, so we're talking about temperate climate zone, so which would be seen as temperate climate zone, so that's the criteria there. And any other checking that you need to do, and then is about critical appraisal and what are the criteria. So this is a really good article. I would definitely recommend you to read. I mean, the first author is a very experienced systematic reviewer. So I can't recommend him enough. And you look at the criteria they used for critical appraisal, which we could actually borrow for anything similar. And then you look at how they extract the data, how they assess the heterogeneity, and so the variance of the studies, and then how you extract the data, and then synthesis. And for the synthesis, we are going to talk about that later as well, is that there are different types of synthesis, but in one study, you could actually consider combining different types of synthesis in one article or in one report. So, so that's, you will be able to see later on how they combined them. Okay, so that's it basically. That's the whole thing about the protocol. Very detailed, but it's really very helpful, and I hope that's a good example for everyone to look at. But as I said, you will, if you read the second paper, the 2017 paper, you will then see how that initial protocol may be modified. And so just if you have time, please do have a look at that. So that would lead us to the search strategy. Do you want a short break? Oh, lunchtime. Okay, that's good. So therefore, I think we need a break, to be honest. Yeah. So shall we say we will come back at 1 o'clock? So colleagues online as well. So we will come back at 1 o'clock. We're going to have a look at a search strategy, but also to do some practice on how we do it as well. Okay. Okay, sorry. Let me see whether I can get to that. Okay, so we got colleagues Jaruwan and Pacharampon and Prapinwadi. Just wonder whether you are online and we are going to make a start. Can you hear us? Okay. Okay, we're going to start now. So this morning we looked at we did an overview of the systematic review. We looked at formulating the research question, developing the systematic review or systematic map protocol. And now we are going to look at search, systematic search strategy. And for this afternoon, we're going to actually use the project that we are collaborating with KU as an example. And then later on, I will actually get everyone to log into the EPI reviewer, which is the system that we are using for the review. So if anybody who hasn't got an account, and I will give you the link, so for everyone to actually create a new account, which is free for the first month. And then anyone who wants to join that project, so you could actually just create an account and give me your username and ID code and your email address. We can then invite you into the project, and then we can practice certain activities in that system, if that's okay. So that means you will be able to actually see what it's like for a real project. So I will quickly just show you before we actually carry on, so that you know what systems we're going to use. Whilst during this time, if you would like to create an account, you can actually do so now. So I'm going to share to show you what it is. So this is the system that we are going to use. It's called EPI Reviewer. And so we have got a project called Rubber-Based Agroforestry and Environmental Impact. So this is the project that we are going to practice this afternoon. If you would like to create an account, if you haven't got an account, the way to create an account is to go to EPI Reviewer. If you just type EPI Reviewer, then you will get to this stage. So you will see this screen. And when you get to this screen, you should be able to see this one on the left. Start using EPI Reviewer today. Sign up for a free 1 month trial. So I would suggest that you click on the sign up and then create an account for yourself. And once you've got that, please put your account ID and also your email address that you used to sign up, put that into the chat box so that I can then invite you into our project, so that we have got the shared project I just showed you that. So this is the shared project we've got, so that I can add you in for us to do other practices. Okay. Anything else? Let me see. When you create your own account, make sure that you check your email, because you need to activate the account before I invite you in. So if you have not activated, then I won't be able to invite you. So just to reiterate here, so go to this website, you just type in epi.ioe.ac.uk. So that will take you to this web page, sign up and get the email. Once you get the email, activate your account and then send me your account ID and your email address in the chat. And then I will invite you into our project. So that's the preparation for this afternoon. Whilst you are listening, if you can multitask, that would be something for you to do. Okay. So we are going to now have a look at the search strategy. When we develop the search strategy, the main aim is to find all available data to answer the research question, but within the limitation of the resources available to you or to the research team. One of the advantages of having multi-site partners is you are able to actually share the resources you have got. And I'm giving this as an example that for our projects, we are collaborating with KU. So KU has got, for example, KU has got Scopus, but they don't have Web of Science, right? Whilst we have Web of Science, but we don't have Scopus. So therefore, by working together, we are able to have both. So this is one of the key advantages of having multi-partners. And then, so in our search strategy, we will need to see how we can make good use of our resources and the time. And then we need to make sure our search strategy can be reproducible. So we need to be able to be extremely transparent about what we have done. And then also the strategy needs to be able to reduce potential impact of bias. So we talked about selection bias. So selection bias, obviously, one is about, as we mentioned earlier, that for conventional literature review, we don't really know how the articles that we reviewed were selected. Whilst for systematic review, we will have documented all the decision bases. So that will help us to reduce the selection bias. And also there is a possibility to include grey literature to minimize publication bias. What do we mean by minimizing publication bias here was because very often research studies with large samples tend to be accepted more by academic journals. And another type is studies which showed significant outcomes tend to be accepted. You know, so if your hypotheses are accepted, are supported, and then that can be a kind of a, you know, seen as higher quality. I don't really know why, but there are lots of other studies which have no significant findings or with very small sample sizes, may not be published in peer-reviewed academic journal articles sometimes. And so how do we minimize that publication bias? So that's by including more grey literature or conference proceedings and things like that. And then the other one is about indexing bias. So which is why we also need to think about different databases and try to cover as many databases as possible. Okay, so these are the basis for us to, first of all, to consider our search strategy. And then in terms of designing the search strategy, so first, the key elements for us to design is to think about where to search. So that means what databases, what sources, bear in mind the principle that we just talked about. So how many databases we should use and which ones and why. And very often this tend to be subject related. Say social sciences, there may be more in Web of Science, in Wiley Online, for example, whilst if it's natural sciences, you may consider using Science Direct more. So subject related criteria can be important. Another one is about search terms. How do we design the search terms to make sure we are able to capture all the data needed? So how do we build up that search string is something that we are going to practice very soon, okay? And then of course, how you combine the search terms, you may come up with lots of synonyms, but how you combine them can make a difference. And then finally is about how you make the final decision. So you need to do some scoping searches and make a decision on, whether you need to actually sacrifice for efficiency, or, so it depends on the time or the resources you can afford for this, how comprehensive that you want. And then, so those are the key things, but then it's about capturing. So when you decided, for example, you got the academic databases and you know which ones that you are going to use, as I said earlier, it can be discipline specific or could be region specific, and particularly like the thesis, online thesis could be very much country based sometimes. So which countries that you want to focus on. And then of course it's about the time period, which time that you want to focus on. So those are the key areas for you to consider, for us to consider. And one of the tips I would like to give is about when you download the record. So you may have searched, say you got 1,000 or 2,000 from Web of Science. When you download, there will be 4 or 5 options, I think, on Web of Science. And I would always download the full record. So what do we mean by the full record is it will give you the title, abstract, author provided the keywords, and also keyword plus. And then it may also have the author's affiliation. When you publish paper, so you would have the author and then where they were working. So by having those information you may find it really useful. And I want to give you one of the examples that I personally just recently we experienced, was to understand the country where where studies were undertaken. If you have got a huge amount of articles to include for your systematic map, and sometimes it can be very difficult for you to actually to do the coding from full text. We recently had one for the technologies in the CEA, and we found more than 3,000 titles. Now, for us to, within a very short period of time, to be able to go through thousands of a full text, it would be impossible. But if we wanted to know how those studies, where those studies were undertaken, for us, we then decided to use the countries of the authors as a kind of a proxy of where studies were undertaken. Although that may not be absolutely true, because you may have authors based in a country where the studies were done in another country. But in general, we say we obviously we would have to give a caveat on that. But that would more or less give us an indication, at least. So for that reason, the author's affiliation was very, very helpful, so that we are able to do that mapping very quickly. And sources of great literature is another one that we need to consider, and particularly we just talked about, conference proceedings, theses and dissertations, and any other trade magazines. Particularly, one of the reviews we did was on retailers' food waste management. We actually used lots of trade magazine articles to map the practices. And so not necessarily all the reviews has to be based on academic papers. So it depends on the purpose of your review. But also there are many subject-specific areas where organizations would have very good, high-quality reports. So one example is organizations like FAO. So for agriculture related, so FAO has got their own publication and database that we can use. And then of course, like CIFA, for agroforestry, we found that really useful as well. So we used them. So anything that you need to consider, you think there will be a substantial body of literature in the area which may be hosted by a particular organization, then it would be ideal for you to include those literature. But it's very different though for those specific organizations. Whilst for the subject academic databases, we could use search string, but very often for specific organizations, search string may not work. And also, it's not just about search string may not work, but also it's about how you capture your search results, because you may not be able to export your search results in RIS form, whilst the academic databases, nearly every database would allow you to export the search results in RIS file or any other like EndNote file to enable you to import into whatever the system you are going to use later on. But for individual organizations, you may have to manually do the screening and then manually download the articles that you think you are going to include. So just that, but you can still, even if it's like that, you should still report how you manage those individual organizational websites. And another one we also tend to use is Google Scholar. So Google Scholar, but because Google Scholar tends to have a huge range of articles, and so if you do the search, you may generate a really big number. So what do we do with it? And also Google Scholar tend to overlap with other academic databases. So what we do is we make a decision that we will only use, we arrange the search results by relevance, and then we tend to use the first 100 or 200 findings from the Google Scholar. So that way, it means if we have got limited number of databases, academic databases that we could use, then this way it might complement the databases that we could not access, so through using Google Scholar. So It depends on how many databases that you use. If you use 1 or 2, then probably you could say the first 300. But if you've already used quite a few number of, quite a good number of databases, then you may say, you know, the top 200 or top 100 may be sufficient. So those are the things that I just want to touch on. And so before we do the search, the very first thing now we are going to look at is to develop the search term. The search term should always be linked to the components of your research question. So for example, if our research question has 4 components, PICO, then we would consider what terms will be used, what are the alternatives for the population, and what are the alternatives for intervention, etc., etc. But also bear in mind that if you have got a scope that you wanted to apply, for example, a location or a time period, and so those are the things, but location is okay for you to add into the search term, and time period would be something for you to later on add in your search database as a limiter, okay? And then if you also want to focus on study type, a particular study type, then you may be able to consider, if you only want to look at a modeling, and then modeling itself may be a term that you could consider adding to the search term. So those are the things we are going to have a look very soon. And I'm going to, let me see. Yeah, so before we actually practice that, I wanted to just introduce you about, so if you identified the search terms for each component, then the next part is about how you combine them, and how you combine them is really, really important. Not just the combination of the different components, but even if within the components, there is a potential for you to use you know, operators like and or not to exclude or to expand. So we're going to have a practice very soon, but before that, again, another one is, this is the example. So this example is we used for the review on economic outcomes of robot and automation in open field crop production. So therefore, you can see economic analysis. So that is about the outcome. So anything in relation to economic outcomes, we searched. So you can see the 4 terms we used is economic and profit and finance and cost. But we actually used a wildcard symbol to basically to include all the alternatives, because if you think about economic, it can be economic or it can be economics, and profit, it could be profitability, profitable, profit. So for that reason, we just use the wild card there. Another one, finance. Finance could be finance and financial, or financing. And then cost again. So for the cost particularly, we feel that this is very, very important, because for economic outcome assessment, sometimes you get a cost analysis, sometimes you get cost benefit analysis or cost effective analysis. But by using cost plus the wildcard sign, that means all of those different techniques would be included, yeah, would be captured by just using the cost plus the wildcard. So that makes it a bit easier and more efficient. Sometimes certain databases, for example, Science Direct only allow you to use 8 Boolean search operators. So if you have too many alternatives, then it could be difficult. On the other hand, if you really have to have a long search string, you could always use them, use the combination in different ways to do different searches, which I can talk about later. So anyway, so this is about the first part. So it's about the outcome. Second part is the intervention, is about robotic or automation. So robotic or automation, so we got robot plus the wild card, and then automation. You may wonder why we didn't use the wild card. Why didn't we just use automat, and rather than using the 3 alternatives? Anybody can provide any explanation? Why didn't we just use automat plus wild card? More exact, yeah, more accurate matches. And why do we need that? Actually, it's because we found when we did the scoping searches, by using the automat plus the wild card, and that gave us too many returns, too many titles. The reason for that is because of the word automatically. Yeah, automatically would not be relevant. You could make, you could do lots of things automatically, and which has got absolutely nothing to do with automation. Yeah, so for that reason, so we then decided to use the exact 3 words rather than using that wild card, in order to save time to do the exclusion of anything captured by using the word automatically. So therefore that's where scoping searches would be helpful, because by doing this, we didn't recognize that until we did the scoping searches and found, why did we have such a high number of hits? Do you see what I mean? And so we try to then exclude things one by one. By doing that, then we realized that it was the word automatically. Yeah. And next one is the population. So it is the agricultural sector, but this agricultural sector is particularly for open field crops. And we originally just used the agri or field because it's about a field production. And we thought anything to do with agriculture is okay, plant and harvesting, and without specifying any specific crops. That was our initial search string. But soon we found sometimes certain articles actually didn't use those words. They really used the specific crops. So they would say they may, for example, robot for apple plantations. And in that situation, probably if it's a plantation, orchard, for example, then we wouldn't have got it. So anyway, so in the end, we decided to add as many crops as possible that we were aware that may have some degree of automation. Yeah, so therefore all of those crops were something that there may be some automation in it, and for that reason that we just added them in. So that's how we designed this search string. And this search string, we need to be aware, another trick is about the operator. When do we use and then when do we use or? So or is for you to keep adding, expanding your options, and the and is used as a limiter. So if you use the and, you are restricting. And so remember that. And then of course, another one is not. Not is for exclusion. Yeah. So and not are both used as limiter, and or would be used as expansion. And a wildcard, any wildcard that you use also, that's for expansion. So those are the things we need to bear in mind. And then in terms of the decision on how specific you want the search string to be, is very much related to the sensitivity of your research, your search, and also is about the time efficiency and the resources that you have got. So we sometimes say there is a kind of trade-off. So the trade-off between sensitivity and the specificity. You may want to be very sensitive. That means to be very comprehensive as possible. Then your search string will be very long. And also it means you capture, so you capture a huge amount. But that by capturing all the articles that you needed, without missing anything at all, as you can see on the left. But it does mean you will take lots of time to do the screening. Yeah. So if you have got time, then that's okay. If you don't have enough time, you may sacrifice certain numbers that you could have captured. So that is about trying to use as specific words as possible, and also limited, in terms of the databases you use, but you run the risk of missing something. So if you look at the right-hand side, so that red circle would be the body of literature you have, you may have captured, but that means you may miss something on the left, in that wide oval area. So on the left. So that is kind of a decision that we as research team would have to make eventually, whether we wanted to acknowledge the limitations of our search string or our search strategy, to make it clear that those were the limitations, and anybody who wants to reproduce it may want to address that limitation or may not, So once we've made those decisions, we can then start to explore. And how do we explore? One technique is what we call scoping searches. So we try to apply the search string to the databases that we wanted to use and see what kind of numbers we get. And then you can make minor adjustment each time and record that changes. So by doing that, then you will be able to discuss with the team in the end which one would be the best to use. So this is the kind of process that we tend to go through before we finalize our search string. So next one is I'm going to show you an example, and then I wanted us to work together on a search string and see what we think. Okay, so this is an example to show how we record it. So here, the first column is all the databases that we tried, and then it's the search term we tried. Always remember to write down the date, because if somebody else is going to try and they say, oh, why my number is different from yours? One of the reasons could be because you search on different date. Yeah. And also make sure you take a note on any limiters that you have applied. So whatever the limiters you used, because that can be very different. The numbers, for example, if you excluded books, or whether you excluded other languages, whether you included any early access articles, etc. So just put those notes in the column, so that just to remind you. And again, it's all about transparency. So once you've done that, you could save the searches as RAS file. And if you use any reference management software like EndNote, then you can then import them into the software. If you don't have EndNote, one free software I definitely would recommend is Zotero. Have you used it? Zotero. Zotero is very good because it has got an online version as well as desktop version. It would also enable you to share the normally we say folders, but in Zotero they call it groups. So you can create a shared group. Within the shared group, you can then create subfolders. So I would definitely recommend using Zotero if you have not used the EndNote. Another advantage is Zotero is free, EndNote you have to pay for it. So I will write down the Zotero here just in case. So that's the software that we should you could use if you want. But if you are going to use Epi Reviewer on its own, you don't have to use the reference manager, because you can directly import RAS file into Epi Reviewer. Then you can manage the all the sources directly in Epi Reviewer itself. So that's okay. All right. Now this is outcome of our search for the economic outcomes of robots and automation in open field production and crop production. So you can see how we record everything. Now, the reason I'm showing you this one is because not all databases are the same. Yeah, so when I say not all the databases are the same, what I mean is, for example, in Web of Science, when you search, it gives you can search in the field of what they call it a topic. So the topic means title, abstract, keywords, and keywords plus. Whilst in Emerald or EBSCO, you cannot do the title and abstract in one go. You can only select like abstract. Yeah, so, and it is basically they just search in the abstract, and that would not include anything appeared in the title or in the password. If they do not appear in abstract, then you may run the risk of missing that one. So sometimes you may say, oh, this article is really very relevant, but why I didn't capture that? So that's why when you do the scoping searches, you examine the search results against the benchmarking literature. So we say, if you have got a list of benchmarking literature that you are very, or the team think these are the articles we should definitely include in the review. And then when you do the searches and say, okay, are we able to capture all the articles in that benchmarking list? And that's where we tend to find the discrepancies sometimes. And say, oh, I actually didn't find that one. Why that one was not found? Actually, we got all the terms. One of the reasons is some authors may decided to use a title, but they thought, actually, because I used that in the title, in order to save some words, I'm not going to use it in the abstract. Now, for that reason, then you may miss that. But very often, I would say any important aspects of the research should always be reported in the abstract. So for that reason, that would be the best field if you don't have the option of title, abstract, and keywords. But you can see Science Direct has title, abstract, and keywords, and the same for Web of Science, and think the same. What about Scopus? Does that have title, abstract, and keywords, or just abstract? Oh, I think they have title, abstract, and keywords. That's right. So Scopus and Web of Science have both has got a field called a title, abstract, and keywords, or Web of Science is called a topic. So which is the same. Now, another one is for certain databases, you could consider a shortened string. Now, like this one, ArgEcon. Now, the reason for the ArgEcon, we didn't actually add the agriculture part into the search string. We only used the economic and the robot. So it's the outcome and the intervention, no population. Can anybody explain, say why we did it that way? Yeah, because ArgEcon is all about agriculture, isn't it? So therefore we thought there isn't much need to actually specify the population because the database itself is subject specific. So for that reason, we only used those two key components, but also because I think the ArgEcon search doesn't allow you to use abstract. So that means you basically search in everything. When you search in everything, if you have got such a long search term, the chances are you will have a huge number. And what we really need is to focus on the areas like we were trying to focus on. Okay, so that's about how you record everything, whether you have used any limiters, I called it here as filters. So those are the filters. And then what is the final number results that you used? So therefore, that's a very transparent record of the process that you have gone through. Sometimes people may use the filters. They don't really report number of initial results. They only report the final number after applying the limiters. So that's fine as well. Okay. So just really before we we're going to the practice. So the key points for developing the search strategy is about the trade-off between sensitivity and specificity, and the really important elements of synonyms. So to identify the potential alternatives, and also the importance of relating your search term to the key components of your search, your research question, and understanding of the importance of great literature to your particular field is really good, because if you know a particular website is very important to your area, then it's better to include them. And then importance of keep a good record of that whole process. Okay, so that's that. And we are going to now do a little bit of practice. Originally, we say use your own project topics. And that I asked everyone to come up with a research question earlier, whether you want to use that one to develop a search string, if you want to. Otherwise, we would like you to consider using our research topic. So our research topic is, what are the environmental impacts of rubber-based agroforestry? And then we see how we can actually develop a search string. So if I write down that one here, see whether we could. Oh, okay. If you put that into the chat box, that would be good. So this is in the chat box. You can see the research question is, what are the environmental impacts of rubber-based agroforestry? no, sorry, rubber-based farming diversification in comparison with those of monoculture rubber farming. Would you like to work on this one, or would you like to work on your own? Either.
Maybe deliver your testing before. It's like maybe we don't know how to search, how to use.
Yeah, okay.
So difficult.
Yeah. Shall I could actually give you a demonstration. But before that, I think it's actually important to have at least some kind of search terms, isn't it? To start with, you know, the basic search terms. What are the key terms that you need to use? Let me see whether I can. So I'm sharing with you a document that we tend to use. So when we do the scoping searches, so we then use the terms in relation to the 4 components. So we got population, intervention, comparator. Then each one, we have a key term, first of all. We put a key term there. After that, then we put all the synonyms there in another. So if we got, for example, for the rubber-based agroforestry, so therefore the population is the rubber, put it that, or however, rubber is here, is in this context, is not synthetic rubber, is natural rubber. So therefore, we, you know, that would be our key term, is about natural rubber. So this is what we would like. If you are going to have a phrase like natural rubber, it's important that you put those into quote, you know, with a quotation mark, because otherwise the search will treat natural separately from rubber. But by using the quotation marks, then it is specific to this phrase, natural rubber. So that's very, very important. Now, what would be the synonyms for natural rubber? Yeah, para rubber. That's great. So we can have para rubber. Now, para rubber, some people may say, may use that with a dash, and some may not use a dash. So in that situation, if you wanted to have both, so you could say para rubber with a dash or para rubber without a dash. Could be like that, sorry. Para rubber. And you could actually use a wildcard to represent both. So the wildcard in this situation could be para question mark. So the question mark in this situation is to replace anything, but only one character. So any character, whether that character is a space or an actual character. So by using that, that will represent the 2 options presented earlier. So that's one. But natural rubber, if we only use natural rubber, that might actually restrict, because sometimes people talk about rubber without actually using natural rubber. So we thought in our, when we did our scoping searches, by using natural rubber may actually be too restrictive because of what I just said. But if you use rubber, then there will be lots of other rubber, could be, man-made, synthetic, etc. And what did we use in the end? Is we then used rubber, but then not. So by using the not is to restrict anything which is not natural. So we then used, let me see, where is it? If I use the article, this one. So if I show you this here, the search string we used, how we defined that rubber part. Oh, too big. So this is how we defined the rubber part, is rubber, but not tire. If it's rubber tire, tire rubber, or different options of tire. So that's why we also use that. And then synthetic or man-made. So by getting rid of those four, we are able to more or less capture. So if they talked about, if in the article where they talked about rubber, but also, but not these terms, then it's likely we would capture natural rubber. So that's one way of doing it, yeah. And then para rubber. So we didn't use the para rubber word. Anybody can understand why we didn't use that? It's because that word would have been captured by this word rubber anyway. Yeah, so although it is a synonym, but that rubber would have captured that word. So you don't have to repeat it. And that's why we got this term in the end. So that natural rubber became rubber not tire or synthetic or man-made. But this man-made actually could be, rather than that, could be just a question mark, and that would be better. But it doesn't matter if you use the asterisk. Okay, so that's about population. Anybody, if you are using your own search string, would you like to share with us what you are using? Or are you okay for us to go through our own search string online, colleagues online? Would anybody want to speak up? No? Okay, if no, then we are going to continue with our own search string so that we, so this is basically the first part. The first component is about the population, that's about rubber. And then intervention is agroforestry. So for the agroforestry, then what are the, so that's the key term. That would be the key term for agroforestry. So we have agroforestry. But again, that potentially could have something in between. So you can put like something like that. So that will include different variations of agroforestry, okay? Anything else then? What are the synonyms to agroforestry? Yeah, so intercropping, multiple cropping, and have I got that one? So if I just need teacher, would you like paste that one that you used in the chat box. Okay, so now we have got this full string of alternatives about agroforestry, different variations of agroforestry. So I'm going to paste them here. So this shows agroforest. So again, so here we could potentially say agroforest like that. So that will give us alternatives. So that means we don't have to have that one or those two. So those two together. But sometimes in order to be just read it just to be precise. So I think because we have got two wildcards in one word, and that's something we don't recommend. So for that reason, that's why we actually have two versions, because we have both has got a wildcard at the end. So for that reason, we prefer putting them as two rather than adding question mark in the middle. Okay, so that's the reason, just to explain. So that's agroforestry. Alternatives of agroforestry is about that. We don't need a comparator, or do we need a comparator? So that's something we have to make a decision. And I would say perhaps it's better not to have a comparator in this situation, because if the key purpose is about rubber agroforestry, they may not talk about a monoculture in the abstract, although we need to see them. If we are going to do a systematic review, then we need to see that they actually compared with monoculture, but they may not talk about it in the abstract. So for that reason, we don't add any comparators. Outcomes is about environmental impact, isn't it? So for the environmental impact, what would be the alternatives? Would you like to again paste in the chat box, please? So we need to think about what are the terms which may demonstrate, may show the environmental impact. So this is the term that we have used in our scoping searches. See whether we would like to really get some feedback from colleagues. You know, if you can think of any alternatives, please let us know. So we got environment or environmental. So that's why we got the wildcard at the end. Then anything else is about how it would affect the biodiversity, how this might affect the air or water or soil, or waste, or how this would affect the carbon, greenhouse gas, and alternatives of carbon or greenhouse gas. And so that's why we got that. And then sometimes people may talk about life cycle assessment without mentioning the word environment. So that's why we'll also put life cycle assessment and LCA in. And then by using the agroforestry, one of the implications could be less use of pesticides and less use of herbicide. So people may just talk about that without mentioning the word environment again, and less pollutant, less chemicals, it's the same thing. So by adding all of those alternatives into this, then we felt that we probably were being as comprehensive as possible. But if anybody can give us any other suggestions, please do feel free to let us know. Are there anyone still listening online? Do you have any suggestions? So this is based on our research question and then how we came up with the alternatives of the search string. And then how do we combine them is by adding the quotation marks or by adding the brackets. So here, so we would have to add brackets. You can see here there is already, so for first-time users of search string, I wanted to say, pay attention to how you combine them, where the brackets should be, because very often that will make a huge difference. So here, rubber, but not tire or man-made. So this, all of these things, the terms after the not are the limiters to the rubber. So therefore, they need to be together, grouped together by using brackets. Yeah. Now, once you've used them as brackets, then the next part is then you can then add brackets for the whole part. So therefore, you can then see on the right, you will see two reverse brackets there at the right. That's because one is for the for not that part, and the other one is for the whole part. So it's by having that whole as one part, which is the population, then you can say, if I put it down below here, so that would give us the first part of the search string. Then we need to combine that first part with the second part, because the first part is already bracketed, yeah, together as one bracket. And then you use the combine, in this case, it's the limiter. Yeah, you are limiting it, not expanding. You are limiting rubber is in the in the context of agroforestry. So that's why we need to add the second one. But remember, the second one, you also need to use brackets to put them as one element. So for that reason, so you can see, oh, what happened? Yeah. If I do it like that first. Yeah, that's it. So this way, now we are combining rubber with agroforestry, but it's limited. So that means only if it has got one element in the first part and then one element in the second part, that article would be found. So that means if I have got this, it means the article in the abstract, we should have at least, rubber, that word, but without those man-made or synthetic, etc. And then you need to have another element, which is one of the terms in this second bracket. And only if the search met these two criteria, then they would be captured, okay? So that's second part. And then we get the third part. So if we get those two, it may still be too many. And then we wanted to focus on environmental impact. So for that reason, so we need to add the third. That means it has to have a third element in the abstract in order for us to capture that. So that then together, that would be the search term that we are going to use for the search. Is everybody okay with this? Then we're going to try. So I'm going to actually have a go by using this search term and then do a search on, shall we say, in my, so we have got access to Web of Science. I'm going to try that one so that you can see this. So if we go to Web of Science, oh, there's always a bit more to do. So this is our Web of Science database. You see here, first one is a field. So we talked about earlier, which field we should search. In a Web of Science, the one which we tend to use is called topic. And this topic has got title, abstract, author keywords and keywords plus. So that's the one we use. And then we know there are 3 parts. So one way of doing that is you can actually, earlier that we showed the 3 parts, you could just copy each part into the field. So we copy the first part into the field, into the first field. If you do that, then we don't need to have brackets. You could just, because each one would be treated as one bracket of one phrase. So that's first part. I'm going to show you the difference of using this end as a limiter. So if we only use rubber, not tie, without any other part of the search string, you will be able to see the outcome is 92,000. Yeah, so over 92,000 by using just searching rubber. So that obviously is not what we want. So that's why we have to limit. So if we limit that one, so now we are going to limit with agroforestry into that. So by adding agroforestry part, which is this bit. So then you will see what differences it makes. So that immediately reduced from 96,000 to 2,155. And you may say that's enough, yeah? But if you use that, that means it could be anything about a rubber-based rubber agroforestry. Anything will be captured. But if you don't have enough time to really go through all of that, you want it to be more accurate, then you could then use the third limiter, which is what we just looked at, is the environmental impact. So therefore, if I add the environmental side, anything to mentioning environment, we don't have the impact, remember. So when we look at here, if you look at the alternatives, we got environmental impact as the concept, but we only used the word, all the alternatives in relation to impact, to environmental side. So therefore, if we put them in, we will see what the results are. So that reduced from more than 2,000 to 961. You can see the history. If you look at the history, then you can see the differences. So different search terms by using the limiters, how the limiters would enable you to identify quickly and accurately the titles that you need. Okay, so therefore that's how we do it. So you could actually potentially, if you want, you could record this kind of hits, number of hits, and to show how adding the limiters or additional components have generated the final outcome, the final number of hits. Okay. Any questions? Anyone who? If no questions, we're going to go to the next stage. Yeah. Okay. So that's about the search string. And then the next stage is then how you capture the search and then how you import them and then do the screening. So I wanted to show you a very quick example, again, using our own search string. So here we got 961. How do we capture this? Is so you click on the 961 in the Web of Science. Every database is different. In Web of Science, there is one called export and then RIS. And when you click on the RIS, you will be able to see this options. One is all records on page, but each page would only have a maximum of 50 or 100. So I always use the second one is records. So this one will give you 1 to 1,000. 1,000 is the maximum. You may say, what if I have more than 1,000? What do I do? So you could capture 1 to 1,000 to start with. And then the second time you say, starting from 1001 to whatever, if you got 2000, you say 2000. If you say another 1000 and another 960, then you say 1960. So that's how you capture. But in this situation, so I've only got 961. So that means I don't need to worry about that. And here is what I mentioned earlier, that one of the tips that you need to bear in mind is to capture full record. So full record is in addition to the author, title, source, and abstract, it would also give you author affiliation. So anything else which they have got in the RIS system, then that would be captured. So I would definitely recommend using that one. Once you've done that one, you export, then it would be the RIS file. So you just save that file to in wherever you need to save, and that's it. Once you've done that, the next stage is to then import them into the system that you are going to use for systematic review. So this is the one that we are going to use. Let me see. Need to close this one, I think, first. So if I close that one, and then the next one is, that's the system that we use for our review. Have we got anyone added, would like to be added to our project? So I've got one colleague, Kanchana. Oh, she's left. Yeah.
2, 2, 3.
Okay. Yeah. So I need to, if I need to add, when you create an account, it normally means you are also your account manager. Just remember that. And you are account manager, you will be able to manage any projects that you created. So for me, that I manage that project, I just showed you, so I'm going to log on to that one. And click on reviews. So that would take us to the review items that we got. At the moment, as you can see, that I have got lots of reviews, but majority have already expired, but I've got 3 live ones. So rubber-based agroforestry and the environmental impact is the one that we are going to look at. So you can click on edit in order to add members. So you can see here already I've got 5 colleagues in this review. So these are the, and now I'm going to add one more. Send invitation, I think. Robert-based. Oh, invite, that's what I need. I only need the email address used. So WICHUDA.S, is that correct? No, it's just the S here. Is that WICHUDA.S? Yeah. SSKRU.AC.TH. Is that correct? Yeah. Invite. And you probably need to accept. Oh, so this is the one I've just added. Yeah, so that's, so you are now added as a reviewer. So we got this group. Anybody else want to be added online? Colleagues online, are you still there? Could you please speak up? Do you want to be added? Yeah. Okay. Do you think I should add Kanchana?
It's okay. Because she might be.
Yeah, she's got to, she can't do it for now, right? Yeah, okay. So now we got a team, and what we are going to do is, so I'm going to log out from there, go into the review. So this is our actual review. And here, what we now need is to screen the titles that we have captured. I want to show you quickly that how we captured. So we have captured the 1,237 from Scopus search using the search string that we have just done. And we got, I showed you earlier, it was 960 something from Web of Science. However, we captured a 932 is because we limited to articles, research articles. So we excluded any books or book chapters or review articles. So that's how we got to the 932. We also captured a 46 from Taylor and Francis. And then the rest would be from EBSCOhost. And for EBSCOhost, some universities have I don't know, a kind of a facilitation, that option to enable you to email the search results in one go. Once you receive that email, then you can download no matter how many, it could be many thousands, but you could download everything in one RIS file. But yesterday, NeedTeacher did this on the KU's website. So the KU's website doesn't allow them to actually export all the search results in one go. So therefore, the only option available was to download by per page. So per page maximum is 50. And that's why we got many RAS files from EBSCO, but those 50s are not the same 50s. Yeah, just bear in mind. So these are the databases we have used, and then all together, adding all of them together, that's 2,563. And when you do your next screening, the very first thing you have to do is actually not go to the screening directly, is to manage duplicates. So we could, on the EPI reviewer, you can actually manage duplicates automatically. So what you do is you go and you get new duplicates. So it tells you, now this one, it says 4,326 items. That's because it actually treated the items that we already deleted. So we have to permanently delete those articles, those things that we initially uploaded. And so whilst it's waiting, I wonder whether NEET teacher, you may be able to delete. So you could. I already did some, but not. So you just put at the very top. I think it's because it's. Sources. Yeah, I just moved it. We will have to have a look at here. So you can see here already it identified all the duplicates, but we haven't marked anything. But if you see on the right, I'm going to enlarge this so that we are able to see this more clearly. So now you can see this is the master copy, and then the duplicates are listed here so that you can actually look at how much similarity and why they were. The reason that these were not 100% similar is because the way they listed the author. You see here, they listed author first name using the initial, but here the second one is using the full name. So that's how sometimes the similarity may not be 1, but actually I tend to use 0.8. And sometimes it can be even 0.7, and they are still duplicates. So therefore you can then mark this as a duplicate. So that's what you do manually. But we can actually make it to mark automatically. So in the system, you could specify that what we said earlier, similarity threshold. You could make it as 0.7, or if you are not very sure, you may say, I'm going to make it as 0.8. Then you could always come back and do another round. So make it a 0.8 to start with, and anything coded threshold is between 1 and 1,000. Have you coded anything? We haven't coded anything because nothing has been coded yet. So therefore at the moment is 0. But you have the option of making it really specific for the articles which were included, but you don't want to check duplicates which has already been deleted. So one of the ways to make sure we can manage that is actually before we come to this stage, what we tend to do, this is another tip I think is very useful, is then to import, or code all of these codes. So that means all 2006 2,560 are included items, we could put them into one code, which is called included. And also, obviously, you are not going to worry, you don't need to worry about this part, about using Epi Reviewer if you are not going to use Epi Reviewer. So I'm going to just quickly do this. I want to show everything in one go, so maximum of 3,000. So that means the whole page will be shown automatically. Whilst we are waiting, I'm going to create a new code. The new code is called all text, all allocation, probably. So I'm in the allocation, I'm going to put one, just say all included. So add a child, selectable, all included. So this time, now I've got 2,562 all appear on one page, just one page. So that would make it easier. So now if I select, I just click on that one, that means I selected all the 2,562, and I'm going to put that one, code that one into this code called all included. So assign code. So that tells me all of those were assigned to here. So that's much better. So next time, now I'm going to do the duplicates check again. So manage duplicates. Remember earlier, when we managed duplicates, we had more than 3,000, right? That's because it included the items we had already deleted. But this time, I'm going to only get duplicates. I'm going to mark the duplicates because here in the advanced marking, I can specify if they have got at least one codes allocated. So that means only those which were included would be marked as duplicates. So that's okay. And threshold, as I just said, I'm going to make it as 0.8. So now we got 0.8 and at least one code has been allocated, then start. Then you will be able to see on the left, you can see all those duplicates were automatically marked as green. If they were marked as green, that means they would be labeled as duplicates, and then they would be taken out of that 2,562 included. Okay, so once we finish that, so that what they found is out of 2,562, the system found 699 duplicates. That's what it's marking at the moment. So you can see there's 699 in this screen. So this is the first step. After you have captured everything, the very first step is to do the duplicates check. And it's better than like an EndNote, the reference management software, because reference management software doesn't give you the option of threshold. So that means they would only identify duplicates which are 100% duplicates. But very often you get less than 100% because of the, particularly it's the initials and the first names, full first names. So I tend to just go into the system directly without using the reference software. It would take a little bit of time, but you can see it's working properly. So that's a good sign. But you will see some false. The false ones, I believe, are the ones either the similarity is below 0.8, that's one, or are the ones which had already been deleted, therefore they were not coded in the all included code, because we specified at least one code. So therefore, we don't need to worry. But once we've done that, we could always come back and review those which were marked as false, just in case they are actually included. Whilst we are waiting, I'm going to explain what we are going to do next. So we are going to, the next part is we're going to do the article screening. And the good practice of article screening is we should have double screening to ensure that we have made the decision correctly. And so we have got another person to help us to do the checking. So we do double screening normally based on several criteria. One is we do by stages. So the first stage is we may allocate 5%. And then once we get 5%, we're going to do the reconciliation, to look at the differences between agreement and disagreement. And once we have gone through that discussion and reconciliation, then we do allocate another 5%, so that after the discussion, hopefully we had a good understanding of the criteria and a good agreement. And then we do another 5% and we do the check. It's very unlikely that we will be able to have 100% agreement, very, very unlikely. But so there is a way to actually calculate the level of agreement. So one of the ways of calculating and to report the level of agreement is called kappa statistics. I don't know whether anybody has used that before. So kappa statistics is the rate, it's basically is to compare the rate of agreement against the rate of a disagreement. And I'm going to show you how we calculate this. Let me see whether I can. Get screening. So since we are waiting, so I'm going to just show you one. So how we calculate the kappa statistics. So this is very often, obviously for us, is about inclusion and exclusion, or you could say accept or reject. Yeah. You got two reviewers. So reviewer A, accept, reject, and reviewer B, accept and reject. So how the number of accepted by both, so you should record it, that's one. Then you should record the number rejected by both. And so whether you accept it or reject it, as long as your decision is would be the same, either both are rejected or both are accepted, then those would be recorded as agreement. Yeah, because that means you agree on the decision. Where you don't agree is one accept, one reject. So that is the disagreement. So the way we calculate the kappa score is this, is you put the agreement rate minus the disagreement and what we call it, what the word is called expected proportion of agreement. You calculate that by putting your agreement. So this, in this case, is 0.8. If I say 80% were included by reviewer A, but of the 80%, 70% were also included by the other one. So that means you put that as 0.7 and 0.1. So 0.1 was rejected by the other person, but 0.7 would be included by both, as you can see here. Then in total for this reviewer, and that is 0.8, yeah? So, and then for the other one is the vertical one. So 0.7 is the total accepted or included, and the 0.3 would be excluded. Of the 0.3 excluded, 0.2 were also excluded by the other reviewer. Are you okay with that? Yeah. So how we calculate that was to first of all added the agreement rate. So agreement rate is 0.7 included and 0.2 both excluded. So together that's 0.9. Yeah. And then exclusion is different. So so we got 0.7 plus 0.2, giving us 0.9. Then we need to calculate expected proportion of agreement by chance. So to calculate that is 0.7 times 0.8 equals 0.56. Then we add the other one. So it's not the exclusions. So the exclusions would be 0.2 times 0.3 gives us 0.06. And that way added together, that's 0.62. And then you put 0.62. So the PO, so that's 0.9 minus 0.62. That gives us 0.28. Then divided by 1 minus PE. So that is the 0.38. So that gives us a kappa score of 0.736. But rounded up, it should be 0.737. So in terms of interpreting that score, is kappa score between anywhere before above 0.4 is seen as acceptable. So that's a moderate agreement. If it's 0.6, that's better. So if you are able to achieve agreement rate, a kappa rate of 0.6 or above, I would say that is the target. And very rarely you get one. Very, very rarely, unless your number is really very, very specific and you don't have a huge number. If you got a huge number, I haven't seen any which is 1 really reported. Is that okay? Let's see. Okay, so this one has been finished. So we checked the duplicates, and now we got all the duplicates marked, and anything not marked, as I said earlier, would be probably they may have already been excluded. That's a possibility. because here, if you look at the similarity, it's actually 0.96. So possibly that article was already deleted anyway. So I'm not going to be too bothered about that. So now out of the 2,562, we have identified 962 duplicates. So that means we only need to screen 1,601, yeah? And then we're going to do the allocation. So I wonder whether you would like to take some break. It's been a long time, yeah. So if we take a break for about 15 to 20 minutes, yeah? 15 minutes? Okay, so 15 minutes break. Then during the break, I'm going to allocate a percentage so that we can then practice screening. And anybody online, if you would like to join us on this task of screening, please create an account on the EPI Reviewer and send me your email address that you used to create that account, and I will invite you into this. Otherwise, you are going to just observe what we do here. Is that okay? Great, take a break.